Starting the stream, and I believe that we are live. Let me grab the link and post that to the Discord. If you're a VOD watcher, you can get notified of future streams when we're live by joining the Discord in the description down below, or subscribing with notifications on. I'm going to send out a notification. Day 3, copy link, stream ping. There we go. Do love how it limbos us. Alright, audio check, everything seems fine there. Now, the stuff that we have left to do, primarily focusing on these cocoa beans. We're going to need the garden level for that. And then Nucleus running, we're going to need to get a bunch of shared parts from other people for that. So I'm going to push mining and getting the commissions done as fast as possible. That's 25k rotten flesh. Decent progress there. Throw everything farming related in here. We can even get rid of some of the mining related stuff, and potatoes and stuff goes in there. Alright, warp mines. Better together is good. Hopefully we can find somebody at the Ramparts Quarry to assist us. There's somebody idle over here. Right now we're pushing that mithril commission towards the top middle of the screen, and we're benefiting from having this player nearby us because of the better together. If I up my efficient miner, that increases the amount of mithril powder that I'm going to get. I'm also going to need to go fishing later on. Fishing ideally with a god splash. We can do that in the interim between getting the parts. There's going to be a huge push by bingo players right now to be getting the various robot parts that they need. So I want to attend as many of those as possible, otherwise we're going to get stuck, I don't know, grinding automatons or trying to find a singular part ourselves. Neither of which really sounds ideal. So that's proof. I killed a golden goblin, I spawned it manually. It did not give me the bingo goal, so you have to spawn it from an egg. No question about it, and that is very unfortunate. Because it's a lot easier to spawn a golden goblin through activities like mining, because you can multitask that, compared to the eggs. We're just going to have to explore the crystal hollows for egg chests, I guess. Now would also probably be a good time to be on Iron Man getting blue goblin eggs, if that's something you need. There's going to be a lot of people exploring chests, and a lot of them will probably call out like, hey, I found this super rare egg. Whether they post it in the Iron Man Sweats Discord, or if they just post it in Bingo Brewers is up in the air. I don't think I would throw any rare egg out if I get it. I'd rather transfer it over to the Iron Man. keep forgetting that I don't have a pigeon. I'm trying to quickly tab over to a spot in my hotbar that doesn't exist. We are one commission away, and there's a ton of titanium here, so that's perfect for us. Okay, if you guys could not walk in front of my face while I'm mining, that'd be fantastic. And one last titanium. That should be everything now. Alright, so there's going to be a lot of tabbing out at this point as I access the Crystal Hollows, trying to figure out if there's a party of people that have a robot part. So I tab over to Bingo Brewers, and they have a channel dedicated to people sharing robot parts, which is great for us. Gives us everything that we need. Just going through the Gwendolyn dialogue right now, so I have access to Nucleus. Alright, robot parts. Alright. Players not online is crazy. Wait a minute. These are all AM. No! All the robot parts, they're from, like, this morning. Well, we've got some stuff to work on. Am I suffocating to death? Just, like, out of spawn? I think so. Great. Alright. So we can get some crystals without much effort. We have the one goblin egg set aside here for the amber nucleus, amber crystal. Without wishing compasses, it becomes a little bit more challenging to navigate the area here. Boss Corleone. Again, further proof, Hypixel, whenever you want something, you're not going to find it, and whenever you have no interest in the thing, it becomes a little easier to find. Alright. Wishing compass. I'm gonna idle here for a little bit. Alright, I'm back. Streaming scene. Get the mod. Yeah, I think so. I may need to push for the mod. Which may need to do some live installation. day 3. I guess another thing that you could do is you could just ask around and maybe someone with the mod will give you free handout. I'm currently digging towards the Mines of Devon. We're gonna just knock out the crystals that we can without the mod first, and then we'll add the mod in as needed. Alright. Throw hardstone into the personal turn on the personal deleter. No, we don't have to worry about hardstone clutter anymore. All of the other kinds of clutter we still have to worry about, though. So it looks like it's in this direction, roughly. I'm going to try to follow the tunnels as much as possible. Alright. So just dig through the wall here, and we should hopefully come across it. Oh, wants me to spend my tokens of the mountain. Guess I'll get mole perk. And the luck here, hopefully that... I may need to just reset to dump everything that I can into here. I'm hoping that increased Golden Goblin chance applies from that. 12 fishing minion for salmon, yes, good luck. Alright, Mines of Devon. Probably need to dig straight down. There we go. So I do have a mod for this. But I also don't typically use it. I just kind of like run around and figure out where the parts are. This is either a really quick task to do, or it's gonna take a long while. Well, there's already one tool. And with the grappling hook, you can also increase your movement a little bit around here. The problem is it only shows the treasure while you're holding out this tool. I would really like it if there was some sort of like armor piece or equipment piece you could equip to get the treasure indicator without having to hold out the metal detector. Because right now you're forced to hold something in your hand, and then if you ever go to like grappling hook, you're not able to see the treasure location. That's one of the benefits to using the mod, is if I stand still, like this, has 15 possible blocks, stand still again, and then it tells me exactly where the treasure location would be. And it tends to get things right, but it's not always accurate. Like 0. 0 possible blocks. Yeah, it's kind of struggling with whatever this location is. And it could be that they updated the structure of the Mines of Devon, or it happens when someone's actually mining out the area, like you. So I find that it's a lot more reliable just to kind of walk around and figure out where the thing is as the number decreases, and then pivot to a different direction if the number starts increasing again. Without a gemstone sack, my inventory is going to fill up really quickly here. It's an interesting dynamic. You're like in constant opposition to the other people who are trying to like mine out the area. So I got 2 tools really quickly, and then I'm gonna have to do a bunch of like selling and inventory management here to prevent my inventory from getting cluttered. It's important to keep track when you get all 4 tools. On my Iron Man, when I'm doing Nucleus runs, there's times that I just sit there, all 4 tools in my inventory, wondering why I'm not able to progress. So now that I'm 3 out of 4, I just need to pay attention to, like, I get a tool and then I'm done. Like that. And this was rather pleasant. I've had Nucleus runs where it takes much longer to get all 4 of the tools. I also want to keep an eye on chat. While I don't have the mod, it might be beneficial for me to see if someone's offering... Yeah, like... A lot of people are asking if you have this, but if someone's offering, like, I found Key Guardian, I'll need that. So... As for what to do now... I'm gonna take a bit of a journey around the precursor remnants, see what I can find. Unfortunately, the city doesn't have any, like, predetermined chests, from my understanding. Otherwise, you could just cycle between cities, similar to how you can cycle between, like, King and Queen and the Goblin holdout and get some Goblin eggs reliably. You can't really cycle around the precursor and get parts reliably. This looks to be a structure of some kind. Chest in the middle. If you die while picking up a chest, it'll, like, spawn you really far away from it. And then that is not really ideal. If I'm gonna random hunt chests, it should be in the Goblin holdout for the eggs. Not really here. I should be getting the mod for those. But mainly what I was looking for is these wishing compasses. That's going to help us locate the king and queen location. Ah. Another mod I have to download. I do appreciate all the mod tips. It's just unfortunate that there's not alternatives to these things in game. Like, the Wishing Compass helps out a little bit, but it doesn't locate you a Key Guardian. It locates you Odawa, and then you have to grind out the sludge yourself. There's nothing really for me with random chests aside from the ones in the Goblin holdout, which is where I'm going to go next for the next crystal. Alright. Not ideal, because we haven't really pushed towards the center of Goblin holdout right now. Can we go for the Nucleus then? I guess in a pinch, Odawa probably isn't really that difficult to get a key from. There we go. Crystal Nucleus, and then we're going to pivot over to Goblin holdout. Try to go towards the center as much as possible since we're low on wishing compasses. There we go. Straight ahead in this direction. Hey, super easy. And unfortunately we're going to have to give up our goblin egg got another one. And then usually from the king, there's a direct tunnel over to the queen that somebody digs out. Is that this tunnel over here? Looks like it. Looks like we're running out of speed. I'll go get Elixir Splash from the hub here after this. So it's just straight ahead this way. Looks like I gotta dig. Sweet. And then we want to pick up the chests from this area as well. Even if it doesn't net us any goblin eggs, it's worth just getting all of the preset chests we can. Alright. Another goblin egg. Another attempt at completing the dingo goal. And then we need to get up there. I do love setting myself on fire, apparently. Well, I might have pearls that I can use. Do they allow you to use pearls here? Can I just... Okay. That's a little easier. So now we have 2 crystals. Bal is going to require us to find another structure, but it doesn't have much prerequisite. We just kind of need to get carried. I'm going to get the artisanal short bow for that. It's something that we could try to solo ourselves, but we ideally just want to pop some shots on it. And then have other people handle that for us. So I'm going to take a look here. Synthetic heart plus control switch. There's one set. If I can get invited and warped in here. That's 2 parts already. Warp. There we go. Perfect. And then, good rule of thumb is if you get warped into a lobby like this, you should leave after you get the part that you need. You don't want to take up lobby slots, because usually we're cycling in people. Although the Khazad Doom here is just getting free Bal. Maybe someone will take it on? Yeah, that looks to be someone with actual armor. Ow. Okay, that's a yard. This? Kinda deadly. Not even kinda. Very deadly. It looks like someone else is hitting the boss. I'm just hoping I can get this before overheating. What is killing me? Just Bal, I think? Okay, another person has entered. Hopefully that kills the boss really quick here. Great. I'm also really low. That's fine. Gets us out of there quicker. So that's 3 crystals now. This area would be really good for sludge grinding. Although my focus right now is going to be getting over to Nucleus, or approximately there, as quick as possible. Oh, I'm very used to playing on my Iron Man. You are correct. I do get Warp Nucleus. Let's go get these parts and then we'll cycle out to another lobby. We are looking for 638, 541, and 634, 530. So both in the same structure. I'm just going to follow these bingo people. They probably know what they're doing. Yeah, it's this structure right here. So there's one. I'm just going to hide. And the second one is going to be down here. So that's Synthetic Heart. Okay, yeah, both of those guys are going to obliterate my HP. We have some other option here on what to do. The chest is in the water. Sweet. So if this is Ender Chest 4, we're gonna put that in there, and then eggs we can also stash away as well. And we'll cycle out so more bingo people can access that lobby. Alright. I may want to take a look into the mod. Getting that as an option. Hopefully that'll also mark down key guardian coordinates for us. I'm just gonna chillax here. And then if we go to the mod, alrighty. the massive indication that we also need a secondary mod. Alright. So we're just chilling right now, waiting to see if any other robot chords get posted, and then I'm setting up a mod profile for us. We can copy instance, and this is gonna be Skyblock Bingo. Perfect. Well, that gets set up. Perhaps the copy is not copying correctly. Streaming at the moment, sorry. Not a huge fan of this. Skyblock Bingo, alright. Edit instance. Mods. Add. I'm gonna go over downloads, copy both of these over. And now add the Bingo Brewers mod as well as the Hypixel mod API. Sweet. And now hopefully I don't get ratted. Unlikely. I trust the mods and they've been out for a while. And 2, hopefully it doesn't crash. I can go grab these couple of chests here. It's not going to do me too much, but it'll get me, I guess, sludge juice if I need that. Jungle chests are useless. Topaz chests in the magma fields, those are completely useless. Even off of Bingo, they're kind of useless. What happened? Is this a crash? No. It's all loading. Stream may become very laggy, because now I'm loading up a second Minecraft instance. I guess I could wander around in Goblin Holdout for now. If I use SkyTills, I don't need API mod. That's true, but the bingo has precursor chests. I don't know if Skytels comes with the precursor chests. Okay. Ooh, a chest. Doesn't look like there's going to be anything else here. Queens? What is this? Not queens, that's like the preset. This tunnel might lead to some chests. Queen. Queen is just free chests. And I should keep pearls on me. Because the grappling hook can do a lot, but it is still limited in what it can do at the end of the day. Pearls, they also have their limitations. Okay, looks like we're going to the hub. I love getting trapped in place. Alright, gonna swap over to be right back. And hopefully we can get this set up right. Alright, new mods. Potentially. Warp. Crystal Nucleus. So does this come with... Okay. I see, I see. Is this the one that I was at already? Control switch. Synthetic art. Okay. Is there like a Bingo Brewers? Crystal Hollow waypoints. We want it to be all Jasper gemstones. Probably don't care for that, or prehistoric eggs, or pick a nimbus. We'll keep miscellaneous. And then if I do crystal waypoint on here, we should knock out every other temporary waypoint that I have, other than the Nucleus ones. And then this pushes towards... Perfect. Okay, this should help out a ton. I don't know if it gives me Key Guardians, though. So I'm going to keep an eye on the Discord. It'd still be helpful to get robot part ping, and then also if there's a Key Guardian. Alright, this should be the next two that I need. If we're looking here, yeah, a motor and a reflector are what they're offering here. Huge. I just need to get the party I don't really care too much for powder. Is there a way to disable that? Powder. There we go. None. Alright. So now I only see eggs and robot parts, apparently. But you also have to have people entering into the lobbies that have the mod. Sweet. This should be the robot parts that I need. Alright. Yep, and you can see right there, robot parts would show up. It looks to be a 2-for-1 there. Ah, warp CN. Prefer not to get beamed to death. The waypoint is where? Is it up? Down? Down. Very far down. In fact, I'm just gonna dig to it. Curious. Should I go for the powder chests? Probably not in terms of efficiency, but I want to gamble. I believe. I believe. Yeah. Absolutely nothing. This is why you gamble. FTX, let's go! And then there's 2 more parts to get from the one down here. Apparently this structure doesn't count for any... Oh, this is the whoever bombed this, I hate you! That's an annoying pet. Mini bingo players, we prefer to walk around the structure. Alright. Why did we... Alright. So, Outsider, I gambled opening up the Crystal Hollow powder chest. And I got an FTX. Not off of a structure chest. So there's only one more that I need. Let's try to remember this off the top of my head. The control switch, the motor, the FTX, the Robotron reflector, the synthetic heart, and then the electron transmitter is the last one. So we can just cycle lobbies and hope for an electron transmitter. I imagine a lot of people are also going to put that up on a... Like, if they find parts, I feel like a lot of them are going to be sharing them in Bingo Bros. Okay. Hide. Get me out of there. Another structure. There's 2 chests at the top of this one. So if I throw a pearl and Anything of interest in here? Yeah, absolutely nothing. Let me party leave. Alright, this is another good structure to check. 2 chests. Nothing. Nothing again. Yeah. Not much is showing up on the mod. I wonder if SkyTels would be any different. I doubt it. That's not ideal. I feel like there's a chest that should exist somewhere. Is it this spot here, but it got cut off by something? Doesn't really matter. Hey, welcome Lego Kid. Currently doing the Nucleus run on Hypixel Skyblock. To complete this, we need to get 6 different parts. And, ooh, that's pretty nice. We're missing an electron transmitter. I'm also going to need a lot of these goblin eggs, so if I see these on the bingo mod when I'm Nucleus lobby hopping, that's probably a smart thing to pick up. Which also means that there's probably nothing in this chest up here, since the mod marked this and not that. Yeah. And then heading towards this, it looks to be 2 eggs in 1 chest. So that is very helpful. All these coordinates are crowdsourced by people that have the same mod on, so the Bingoburrs mod, anyone who opens up a chest and has helpful loot, that gets shared with all of the other people, and then I can quickly access the stuff. So that's the benefit. Okay, why does it not let me climb up this ladder? So I want to do a little bit of chest hunting myself. I don't just need to rely on all of the other people. But it is very helpful if I see a chest, just going out of my way to go pick one of them up. Alright, nothing in this lobby, so we cycle out. In the precursor, we have nothing. Goblin holdout, we have 1 egg. Alright, 1 egg. Let's do it. With how long it took me to get goblin eggs from other structures in the past, I think that it's worth chipping away at whatever I can here. And I'm still going to open up these lower chests. Like, if a structure has 2 different chests and only one of them shows up on the waypoint, you could probably save yourself some time. Ooh, that God Splash is helpful. God Splash notification. And there's the egg we were looking for. Nothing else seems really relevant in this lobby. The mod does need to be updated to reflect 60 people hubs there, though. That's the one issue, I would say. Electron transmitter, the last one we need. Nucleus speedrun. What? That's a powder chest. I had to do a double tick. I thought I would get a free chest. This is what we need. I wonder, was it shown up? No. So, day 9. I could just advertise and get some people in here, do some bingo charity work. Try to get like a full set of these shown up. We also want to get the green goblin in. Alright, so the coordinate is 801, 123, 576. And then, I mean, it definitely looks like people have been here a couple of times. The lobby is this mod room? Slash this one? Yeah. Alright. So now if I go into that's unfortunate. I actually don't know if my contacts are, like, if direct messages are allowed. I think it's not. So I'll just say this, and then coordinates. Just reaffirm that here. 801, 123, 576. Where do people put the... Guessing it's this, or is it this? No. Hopefully that works. Application did not respond. Lovely. Did it actually do its thing, though? No, it did not. Why? Bot commands. we would say now. Application did not respond. How are people doing it then? Well, I tried. It's on the bingo mod. I tried pinging people in the lobby. The bot didn't work. Not my problem. With that, though, we have gotten all of the parts for the sapphire crystal. We just need to find the lost city. And since we don't have sky tills, we're going to have to do that through wishing compasses, but that should be fairly quick to do. Another free chest. This is like 100 blocks away. All this for a goblin egg that I might not even need. Alright, this looks to be some sort of structure. Or the tunnel. It's just the tunnel. But getting back up to the surface here is helpful for us. I guess we could go through Nucleus. It just seemed far enough back that going through Sapphire like this would have been quicker. The answer that I'm starting to realize is that it's a resounding not really. Great. Surely of the goblin eggs that I've gotten so far, I can at least have a significant chance at spawning something. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna complete the Nucleus run, and when I don't have to mine around anymore like this, dump all of my powder into the Dwarven luck, try to get as much Golden Goblin chance as possible. I don't even know if that affects the eggs, but if it does, that'll be very helpful. I guess I'll gamble, if you're gonna hand me a chest right in front of me. Good for gemstone powder, but all I want is eggs. Oh, this might lead to a tunnel. Or a structure. Let's go. I'm devastated. You already opened this chest. Oh no. No! I've already opened the chests! Alright. Doesn't look like there's anything of note here. And I'm gonna push towards getting Sapphire Crystal. And then it would just be Amethyst that's left to go. Alright, from here we want to go directly towards the back. So, straight ahead. This tunnel could take us there. Yay! Alright. Trades. listen to the first time dialogue. There seems to be 6 components. Oh, yeah, let me just... faster. Alright, what now? I guess I set my sights on trying for Key Guardian. I can keep an eye out on... Huh? There's a blue goblin egg in the lobby for one of these. Wow. Well, if I get that lobby, I guess I'll go for it, but I'm not gonna push for a warp. I also would not be launching the blue goblin egg, even if it has a high chance of getting a golden goblin. I'm not that desperate. Alright, so this is good. I think we just push for 100 sludge. Like, our combat stats are decent enough that that won't be too much of a burden. This is not the best structure for sludges. It's unfortunate because if I do get Odawa boards, there's no sludges that can easily be had from there. So I kind of have to go for the 2 separately. Chests in the jungle give sludge, so I guess I could go for structure chests as well. Let's see. That's not very convenient. Yes, thank you for digging around, whoever made this tunnel. And then this will be 2 structure chests. Building is not up to code. This may be a magma fields chest rather than a jungle. The structure spawned in the jungle, but the chest... Oh, okay, the chest gave me the proper loot. No significant sludge spots yet, though. I'm just kind of finding random stragglers as they go along. I wonder if the mod picks up sludge juice is one of the things. Well, I see. Crystal Waypoint Odawa. Unfortunately, there's no spot that I can just repeatedly grind sludge at, but that is what I'm looking for. If I talk to Odawa, they can show up as a visitor on the garden as well. $100 sludge juice for a king. Yeah. Stack in 36. Okay. with sludge. It's good for me. Ow. A single key guardian could also be used to alleviate this grind, but I do not want to rely on having to find something that doesn't even have a compass pointed towards it. I think that's all that I can get from here in terms of sludge until next respawn cycle. Oil barrel, of course, the thing that I don't want. If I do crystal waypoint sludge 1, gonna wander around and then I can come back to that place if I don't find anything better. There's this place, which has some sludge spawns, but not a lot. It's better than nothing. And maybe if I cycle between both of the structures, I'll have decent enough a respawn. Already up to 55 now. And if I make a direct tunnel over to the other sludge, then I can cycle back and forth. Probably should have just used the one that was already made for me. I keep underestimating these distances, thinking that it's really easy to go from point A to point B, and it's not. It's not easy. Doesn't look like there's anything up at the top of the water stream. Although if I have to compete with a random bingo player for sludge, I'm gonna be rather annoyed. Good. It just looks like they're wanting to mind their own business. Alright, we need 26 more. This should be getting us really close. I see a sludge off in the distance there. It's guaranteeing us all that we need. Excuse me? Where'd the sludge go? Whatever. I'll start walking to Odawa. Hopefully I find something along the way. I need 4 sludge, please. I'll go back to the sludge spot if I need to. Doesn't look like I have much of a choice in the matter. Alright, one more sludge. There we go. Perfect. They did shorten the length of the temple, which helps us out a little bit too. That is a bit odd. I don't think I've seen the temple. It's more in the goblin holdout than it is in the jungle. And they have a habit of doing that sometimes, just throwing the structures in the other region. I guess that's another place that I could have gone for sludges. The temple usually has many, many different sludge spots that I can go to. And this will be the last crystal, and then we've got Nucleus run completed. Why is adrenaline crossed out? Oh, it's because the temple disables side effects like that. You're not able to use any speed or jump boost here. And there we go. I guess I'll just check to see anything of interest. Not that I really need anything. No, nothing of interest. Now, do we get any goodies? Do I get a bingo alloy? I wonder, has a bingo player dropped an alloy yet? Helix fossil. 2 helix fossil. Huge. Alright. The main thing that I'm going to be transferring over is those Divan fragments. Nothing else really matters. Well, the good news with that, we've done the Nucleus run. We've made decent progress towards this. We still need to get a fish minion, but that's going to be a God Splash. And we're going to do cocoa beans farming. We also need to do some mining here for however much is left for Rockpat. If I check my Sky Crypt, there's actually a place for that. And I don't know if there's a certain place that I need to go in particular to spawn golden goblins. But what I do know is that they spawn like in a wide open area. Alright. It would never be that simple, would it? Ah, the eggs are gonna be the bane of my existence this bingo. Alright, so we stockpile up, or do we? I think it's probably more effective to just throw after each cycle. Alright, bingo profile, pet milestones, we're about halfway there. I don't really have something that I'm going for in particular. I just want progression. I guess that it would make sense to go for like a minecart of something up here. And then figuring out whatever that something is. Oh no, man. Should have just done this to begin with. Alright, so in the compactor we're gonna put this and this. And then hopefully that keeps our inventory relatively clutter-free. We won't be using this or this anymore. And I'm just doing this for a rock bed at this point. Should be a really quick side objective. So if the bingo mod recognizes splashers, then I just need to keep an eye out for the next splash and attend to that one. Rather than making it a four-parter, I might just sit down and however long the stream takes to finish is however long it takes. Of course, we're not going to get minion goals done. We might be able to wrap out the last bit of the Rotten Flesh this bingo, this stream, but the 9k fish is something that I'm going to have to attend to and not forget this time over the next couple of days here. but the Golden Goblin, that's a big question mark. There is no finality on how long that can take. It's just whenever the game wants to give me a Golden Goblin, it will give me a Golden Goblin. Cocoa Beans may take a little while, but I think that we'll get the collection pretty quick. And I feel like we should be pretty close to Rockpet right now. I don't think I want to go for more minion slots. I could just keep it at 10 for now. Maybe off of stream if I decide to have a sudden burst of motivation to do that. I can go get like 12. But I think just 10 with cheese should get me all the salmon that I need. Wonder if the API is updated yet. No, it has not. It only went up 250 since I last checked, and we've definitely been mining for longer. Let's put the coins away. I don't know what I'd be using coins for, but having them is nice. And worst case, if you have a bunch of coins at the end of the bingo, you can just transfer it over as Dragon Hunter books, and that's a good one-to-one way of transferring coins without having to sacrifice the inventory slots, because you can anvil it. Like if you have 4 mil, you just get a Dragon Hunter 3 book. Or if you have 2 mil, you get a Dragon Hunter 2. Ender Slayer does give you a little bit of a price hit. I actually think since the experimentation table update, it's even worse for coin transfer. But Dragon Hunter, since you have to buy it from an NPC directly, it's a pretty good way of converting your currency. I could also do some more events to get powder for the Luck of the Cave. Just dumping as much into that as possible might help me. So if I go do whatever this active event is, that might benefit me. XP bottle recipe. Sometimes the content of bingo is really interesting. Like, you're hopping from one task over to another, and then towards the tail end of bingo when I do things, it's just, let's go forage for the next 2 hours or something like that. Overall, I'm pretty satisfied with the playtime so far. I recognize that I might not be sub 10 hour this time, but considering the difficulty of the card, I think that's more than fair. And it's not like I play in a way that reduces my playtime either. It just keeps on going. There we go, finally. Oh, I have to equip it. Rock. Now, if I don't see something like a bunch of goblin eggs in the Crystal Hollows chest lobby, the Discord channel, I'm probably not going to go into Crystal Hollows for a little while. I just need Golden Goblins. I've done everything else here. Huh, I also didn't kill a Team Treasure member. I came across a bunch of them early on when I found Corleone. Let's go do that before I forget again. And we'll see as well... Red Goblin Egg. Alright. I like the looks of that. Sometimes you need to kill multiple of the Team Treasurite members. I don't know if it's like a specific one of them that doesn't count, or if it just doesn't update fast enough. That should do it, though. And I'm not going to go for position leaderboards on any of this stuff, so I don't need to care about how many I do, just that I have done at least one of them. So if we check, yeah, looks like most of those kills counted. So, once there's a splash, we do salmon, and yeah. Let's go get that red goblin egg. I don't think I'll throw it. It's probably better to save it up for the Iron Man. Not that I'm going to be doing a ton of powder grinding once I get that anyways. I'll probably have most of the gemstone powder and a decent chunk of the mithril powder done before Red Goblin Omelet, but getting that for my co-op members is helpful. So I'll put that in here actually. A regular goblin egg! Now, why isn't that showing up for me? Okay, it is. Good. Odd that it says precursor remnants. I guess that's where it's located at. But goblin egg in the precursor remnants. Let's go. And then none of these other ones matter. So we're gonna pivot now over to the garden. When we last left off here, we were in need of crop milestones to upgrade our and get more spaces in the garden. Just gonna dump all of these in here for now. Combat can go in the combat area. And now there's 8 pests. Let's go harvest them all. I'm hoping that by the end of this, like, we'll just get a bunch of crop milestones off of the pests here, and we won't need to do manual farming. Although if it's all the same, like, 2 types of pests, it's not gonna work out as well for us. More milestones is good. We're currently 28%. It's not looking good for us in terms of actually having enough pests here. Because we need garden 8 to start planting cocoa beans. I think we can, like, build our own manual farm before that, but I have limits on how much mind-numbing stuff I'm able to do. We're just gonna side quest and do some of this other stuff. If we take a look at desk here, like, if I keep on going through Kang, like, that's one option. I don't swap the farm out, I just keep doing that. Or another one is I swap over to, like, melon or pumpkin. I think that it's probably best to swap this out. Maybe go for one more level into cane, and then swap it out into either pumpkin or melon. And I should have a decent amount of either. Yeah. Enough seeds to plant whichever one I want to. I'm not going to be mining for a while. I mean, taking a look at how fast that goes upwards, we make decent progress with cane, but I don't think it's fast enough. Also taking a look at other things, like the wheat is also pretty close to leveling up, but it doesn't give us as much XP. Carrot is pretty close. We didn't get a single mite like I was talking about yesterday. If we get a mite, that would have given us a ton of crop milestones. I actually think, yeah, my farming is higher than my combat. It's a bit silly that you have to spend hours grinding out combat, but then farming has all these early game buffs to it that gets you to a decent level. But combat to access the nether only requires you to get combat 22, compared to the farming, where if you're going to start wearing melon armor, you need a huge amount. You need a couple, all the way up to like 45 to use the max armor set. Combat requirements are just usually based off of completing whatever sub-content there is, like, do the cooter run, do the dungeon. But farming requirements are quite brutal. I have found on the Iron Man that we can reach the point of unlocking whatever the armor is and getting all the materials for it long before we reach the farming requirement. So like we could be having the better armor, but we're held back because we don't have the farming level. And yeah, I could do, probably without having to upgrade any of these things, I could do like 20 minutes of cane farming and possibly get the garden level up that we need. What's this? Earthworm. Let's hunt this thing down 3 times. We get pest level ups, but we're not getting the actual crop level ups. And the farming fortune is good. 0.4 farming fortune. It carries, clearly. But it's not quite what I'm looking for in terms of getting garden level. I guess visitors, I could also try attending to those a little bit. I don't think they make much of a difference, but it's still something. So from 28 up to 35, yeah, we're gonna need so many more crop levels. And doubling the amount of sugarcane that I need to get to that next level doesn't seem fun. But if I have the potatoes, then I could pass them... Oh, of course. I'd rather you ask for 2 baked potatoes. 45 wheat. Nope. Not going to be able to provide that. Anita wants 201 carrot. Nope. Not enough carrots for that. Dang. I mean, I could pivot back over to carrots and get more crop milestones off of carrots and get the visitors done. But I don't think that copper really is as much of a necessity for us compared to how it was before. Yeah, I do not want to go through 40k sugarcane. I've hit my limit. We need a new crop. It's like most of what I've farmed already. Could go for melons, could go for pumpkin. I think I'm gonna do pumpkin. It seems like the better option here. And then this will take a while to grow. So we could egg hunt in the meantime. Seems like a good plan. And that also means that we're going to want to load up the garden in some way. Just have somebody exist on it. As long as somebody loads the garden, then you get your crops to grow. Doesn't have to be you. Completing Rias here really doesn't give me any tangible benefits. Alright, and that's everything. I guess we could also do melon, like a second round of replanting the garden. We might need to, with how much you have to grind just to get cocoa beans to show up. I'm actually starting to think the netherwort being garden level 10, if we have a high collection for netherwort, I might just have to do that through minions. Because I don't want to have to get the required crop milestones for that. That seems very brutal. Mushroom as well? Yeah. Although mushroom, from my understanding, is pretty low with the total collection amounts. Netherwort, I think that'd be a lot more of a struggle to go for. And cocoa beans is already annoying. Like, we need 1.3k more garden XP. I hate this. I hate everything about this. Alright. Well, let's go find some goblin eggs. Now, it's always a tricky one, like, is there no coordinates in this area because there's nothing? Or is there no coordinates in this area and that just means that no one with the mod has ran through here, but there is some potential for good loot. I guess I'll know by opening up the king and queen chests each time. Like, yeah, this, goblin eggs, so it's probably worth exploring the lobby a little bit more. And there's usually a place over at... yeah, this leads over to Queen. Alright, well, we've obtained everything that I immediately see here. And that's good. That's a decent amount of eggs. I'm going to reset the Heart of the Mountain tree. It's free. And then if I go all the way through here, and I spam upgrade that as much as possible, and then I guess anything remaining I can just go into mining speed and mole. No more tokens, that's fine. Increases the chance by about 20% to get golden goblins. Although that could just be from mining rather than from eggs as well. This won't have anything valuable for me. Cycles back over to structure. I mean, I'm already here. Might as well check. Yeah, because it just gives you Jasper stuff. It doesn't give you any of the goblin eggs. And that's the only thing that I'm really hunting for right now. Is the chest lower? I thought the chest spawned up at the top of this. Was it cut off by the tunnel here? Because I don't see anything. Alright, well, I'm just gonna say that it was cut off by the tunnel. Carrying on. Well, hopefully I found some eggs and that's useful to somebody. This is a double, if I haven't opened it already. I've noticed that it doesn't cache the lobbies that I've been in, so it could point me to a chest that I've already opened up. I'm curious, where does this tunnel lead over to? Leads over to King, which doesn't have any egg markers. Yeah. Fair. That one was accurate. It didn't have any surprise chests that I could be going for. I don't think that this structure has any chests, or I haven't been able to find the chest in the structure here. In the minecart here would be one. And someone definitely pillared up to get somewhere. Alright. Well, by going back to Nucleus, I kind of reset my position and I can go through the tunnels again. This time, actively choosing to go down around here. I'm guessing that this was fully explored as well. Yeah. That's new. That's good. That's 2 more eggs for us. Sweet. And then I already explored King, and I'm not going to go for Queen. Alright, so it does look like I've already been there. So I'm not gonna... If I see a strike through, I guess that means that it cached correctly. I'm not gonna spend time in a lobby that looks like it's already been handled by me. I think Dreadleg was a good predictor of this, that it would be very annoying. Oh! Perfect pearl into the cauldron. It would be very annoying to try going for throwing an egg and getting a goblin out of it. Well, there's one egg there. And then maybe this will lead over to king. It's probably worth using wishing compasses to try and figure that out. So it looks like it's not even down this tunnel at all. Because king will have 2 chests guaranteed for us to open, and it looks like this lobby isn't marked out correctly. Alright, cycling around over here. I have to be careful with pearls. I don't want to get trapped in the ceiling again. Alright, looks like it'll border pretty close over to precursor. Well, this will have some chests. It's not the structure that I was hoping for. Lovely. Excuse me? Why is it, like, pushing me out of the block in a weird way there? So there's one chest towards the top here. And then I'm also going to keep an eye on the like side structures here. Like, is there a chest in there? No. There's one in the cage. I know that for sure. And it does not look like there's any other chests. Hey, another goblin egg. Makes these travels worth it. So the problem is I'm hunting king, and I'm about to be leaving the designated zone for king. I think? No, that's a player. Okay, here we go. Yeah, king is like all the way over in precursor. Worth it. +1 goblin egg. Alright. I think that this is honestly one of the worst bingo tasks. I'd rather forage for 2 hours than have indeterminate amount of goblin egg purgatory here. I need to start keeping track of these. I'll be able to review the footage. Warp. Garden? Are we done now? Looks close enough to being ready to go. Let's go get Elixir Splash again. Like, the Prismarine Shard was also kind of not a fun task to do when that happened recently. But you could at least minion that. The Goblin Egg, though? You gotta manually cycle through a bunch of Crystal Hollows chests, throw some Goblin Eggs, and hope that you get a Golden Goblin. I liked it much better when it was just spawn a Golden Goblin. And any spawn for a Golden Goblin would count. That seems like a much better design. You could choose to go for the eggs if you want to, or you could just mine around in circles for an hour. Because I already got a Golden Goblin, I just don't have it from the eggs. Alright, we're gonna enchant the Garden Axe and reforge it now. We need efficiency. Can't get Sunder because we don't have the copper for that. I actually think that we're not going to get any farming fortune related ones. It's all just foraging fortune. We'll take the speed. How about that? And then I don't think that I've got the mining level for... Yeah, I need 25 for Blessed, and I'm only at 19. Hub 20, apparently. Alright, the bingo mod is actually kind of useful. Why is everyone jumping? Let's get rid of all of the spare stuff here. Add this to the compactor. And I'm gonna need to fish as well. So, since we have God Splash on right now, we're gonna do fishing. And then XP bottles, yeah. Don't think that I need treasures, but angler will be helpful. How dare you? Well, now I gotta use my Titanic. I got stolen from, robbed. The bottles, they could go directly into your inventory, or I guess they just take whatever. Alright, that's what's important there. And then on the sword, I already have Impaling. I'll add a couple of these other enchants that I got. Maybe Vampirism. And that's good. Warp Park. This is fine. I should probably be keeping an eye out for rain, actually. Just doing it in Spider's Den rain. And I mean, that would have been the most overall efficient way to go about this, but here I am, park fishing. I need 50 raw fish collection, that's the goal now. That gets us the ability to craft minions, and then I'll dump a bunch of the coins into getting fish minions from there. We actually don't want to get sea creatures for the most part. Like a sea walker is good. I think that gives us a decent bit of fish. But for the most part, these are not actually what I'm looking for. And I don't want park rain because that increases my chance of getting squids, and I don't want squids. I only need one total sea creature for Just getting this overall, the community goal. And then I'm just gonna mass sell all of this other stuff. Well, I could see some utility in having a larger personal deleter. Having only one slot is going to make it so that I have to collect most of the fish collections there. I don't know what I would need 5 simultaneous slots in a compactor for if we got like a personal compactor upgrade, but I could see plenty of utility for a deleter. If they put more development time into bingo, what my ideal situation would be, like if we got to spec out our bingo profiles, maybe have like a certain amount of points, and then bingo rank gives you more points to spec in. If you want a personal compactor, you can get that. If you want a grappling hook, you can get that. Maybe something that gives you like an aspect of the end as well, but there's like a craft aspect to the end goal, so I guess maybe that would need to be reworked. But just giving you access to things, like free entry into the Dwarven Mines. Like, you don't have to get that initial 15 enchanted, you just have to get the mining level. I think bingo, quality of life, and then you having to make like a decision in this heart of the mountain-esque tree would be a very nice way of allowing people to pick and choose which perks they want to get and specialize into something that they really need. Like people without a rank that can't do /recipe. I think you can't do that without a rank on bingo. They probably want to have a personal compactor. That guy's in the sky, sky fishing. I wonder, can I loot share cat drops off of you? Because that gave me 4 puffer fish, or 4 regular fish. Did that count towards... Okay, I want to keep an eye on this guy. Hey, Adventure Mac, can I kill your catfish, please? I kind of think that they're mindlessly doing their own thing, but I could be loot sharing fish off of them. Does it play a sound? That's 20 raw fish already. Okay, catfish. No! He's not being nice to me. I don't think that this big guy here is going to give me fish, but I'm willing to try. Nope, no fish. Enchanted iron, though. Maybe I fish, like, closer to him. And then... Okay, that's really annoying. Can you please not use the Spirit Scepter? Oh my gosh, dude. Bro, stop, please. There's not even a sea creature cap. You don't need to do this. Is that even a human? Alright, I think this guy just gives me... Oh, no, that gave me raw fish, too. Every bit of raw fish counts. Including the part that... At what point does it become toxic? What? Why? Oh, and he's gone. Okay. I don't get it. I don't get why you do what you do. But I should be able to handle these last 20 fish on my own. The loot share was nice while it lasted, though. I don't know why. It just... Fishing is relaxing, and I like it. Much more than a lot of these other skills. Especially like the early game fishing where you gotta wait to hook something up. It's a little bit of a slog, but I've come to appreciate it. Of course, if I found like a group of people fishing and I was able to loot share off of them, that'd probably be more effective than whatever it is that I'm doing right now. I'll try it, why not? Let me see what I can do. After this catch, I'll hop lobbies and try to find some other fishers. Bingo is a social game after all. Let's check for spider pond fishers. Nope. Oh, there's this one person here. But they are also a bingo. Park with rainfish, so more squids. And then this person is just kind of doing their own thing. Yeah. Oh, but the sea leech. Yeah, I can get raw fish off of that. Nah. But I think from there, they're just going to be doing not friendly activities. Same bingo person. I guess there's not a lot of spiders lobbies, to be fair. A different set of people. Most notably would be that person up there. I guess I'll partake here. Okay, this person? Horrible. I'm not going to be able to compete with the Spirit Scepter. Also, this person doesn't really seem like they're fishing too fast. And past that, there's nobody that I can really loot share off of. I'll do one more cast cycle, see what I can get. Too many squids, though. 13 fish remain. It's not even that important that I do anything. Can I LS for raw fish, please? Anyway. They're gonna catch things faster than I'd be able to catch things. I don't really need those. But thank you for saving all of the fish. It's mainly just catfish that I want, and I think it's just catfish. Like full stop catfish is all I need. Sea walkers are nice. The sea leeches also give a little bit. 2 raw fish off of the loot share. Okay, okay. I guess the sea walkers are also good. Guess I'll just go for all things sea creature related. Oh, this is perfect. Three fish remain. Huge fish carry. Why fish myself when I can just get someone else to fish for me? Catfish, this'll do it. DY. Thank you. Sharing recipes. Yippee. Alright. I doubt that I'll ever go manually fishing on this profile any further. But in the case that I do, let's set aside that fishing rod. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then buy out the full stock of fish. And then we're technically one fish stack off. If I take a look, next minion slot unlocks in 11. I actually haven't made a diamond minion at all yet. I know, just the thing. Looks like I am gonna go for an 11th slot right now. I'll call this one fish. Carrot on a stick is close enough to being fish related. Really don't want to have to do too much more with any of these. Gold minion would do it, iron minion as well. Lapis, I have to manual mine a little bit just to get that set up. Slime minion was already made, but that was not. I do have one goblin egg already. And where have I been keeping the other ones at? Is it just the one? I have one more to throw. Warp. Mines. Alright, moment of truth. Goblin egg? Nada. Expected result, but it's still a bit disappointing. That's undershot. There we go. I don't think I have any wood. I have these. So I'm just gonna dump all of the lapis into the minion. And I get to keep my zombie minions up and running, and they'll also help for later on getting fish minions. Alright, lapis is done. Get some more in the form of enchanted. Where did we put it? There we go. So coal, iron, and gold are also minions that I can upgrade. Let's do gold first. And then I can do iron. And finally, coal. And that's all that I needed to do. And we also are missing storage chests for that. I should probably do the storage chest while I have access to haste. Yes, that'd be smart. Should be super quick to do that. And then that gets us a singular fish minion down to start producing stuff. What else? I feel like there's something that I'm missing. Ah, cheese. if I go to a small hub here, this might be too small, but we'll see. Jeez. I want to get at least 5 will do for now. So in the middle there, we get minion, break this, put the chest, break this. There we go. And she's to fuel up. Alright. Now, I was doing pumpkins before I got distracted. Can't do the potatoes. Can't do carrots. Probably should have talked to like Lumina or someone like that. Alright, now we're all set for pumpkin grinding. Pest. Well, fly I can at least use. Mosquito or locust would probably be the worst ones to show up here. Because that at least gets me close to a crop milestone that I'll actually be able to benefit from. Another 80. It does suck not being able to leverage like the decent farming fortune. I get 165 with the garden axe, 220 with the rookie hoe. But I just can't afford Sunder on this profile, so I have to make do with what I have here. This should be enough to like infinite cycle. And if I do that, I just push pumpkins rather than building a melon farm as well. But I do need more eggs, so I could also just stop farming pumpkins at some point. It's just really effective to do whatever the early levels are for crop milestones. I'm happy with the speed of the Nucleus. I'm less happy with the speed of the Golden Goblin. I really thought with that initial push of eggs that we had, we'd be doing more than enough in terms of getting a Golden Goblin. And also, as time goes on, there's going to be less and less people cycling through structure chests. Okay. And the pumpkins are not regrowing. Okay. We'll just hang out here for a little bit, I guess. Take a look at the desk. Figure out what next moves might be. I could manually plant the wheat and get this milestone. Could do the same for carrots. I really hate leveling up garden level. I don't like the tedium of it. I think a lot of it relies on like you doing garden visitors and also having a wide amount of crops, but it doesn't really lend itself well to bingo having to get yourself all the way up to garden 10 just to be able to plant nether warts for a nether wart collection. Like a alternate path that I could have chosen is just manually building a farm myself on the garden. Might have been faster than all the stuff that I've done so far, and I think that I would just be able to do... Like I wouldn't be able to use the preset, but I would be able to harvest the crops. $48. It just feels like a slog. Like, I'm not getting anywhere. And clearly I'm making some progress, that's for sure. It's just not the kind of progress I was hoping that I'd be making. Because even after I get all of this set up, I still have to plant the cocoa beans. Not like I'm going to be getting a moth pest that's going to give me enough crops to plant something, so I have to go manually farm the cocoa beans in the desert anyways. Pest. Might, my beloved. Okay, that was not as much as I thought it would be. I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot of crop milestones. But even with all of that garden experience, 51. 51% of the way there. Ooh. Pain. Like, I think garden itself is relatively balanced. The problem is mostly with, like, bingo's interaction with garden stuff. Like, if you were to weight a lot of the stuff on the scales there, make netherwort like a really like a T5 bingo task just to get a low amount of netherwort, that'd be fine. Then you could minion it, you could manually harvest it from hubs, but not having access to the crops, the presets, is kind of annoying. And I don't even think like bingo should have a QOL like, oh, you can plant all types of crops, because then that throws off the pest system, and I don't know. I think that it's important that you go through the grind to be able to access the crops in the garden. But I don't think that grind really lends itself well to a temporary profile like this. Like, why am I farming multiple hours worth of crops just to be able to plant cocoa beans? I remember last time we had a cocoa bean collection, I built a manual farm on my private island. I feel like that took less time than this did. The problem being, on the private island you don't get your farming fortune, so you still are taking a bit of a loss there. to 8k pumpkins. Like, we've already doubled the amount of pumpkins that I have to get from what I was starting out at. And why am I harvesting pumpkins? I don't know. 1 enchanted sugarcane gives me 8 copper. Sure, I don't need to transfer it. And then I'll just take whatever I can get here. Let me keep an eye on the Discord channels. It looks like most people are just using the bingo mods. No problem for me. There's no, like, eggs being pointed out. If there was, like, 3 eggs in a single chest, I'd drop everything just to be able to do it. That's how bad Golden Goblin is. It's gotta take my focus. We're 57%. I guess if we go all the way up to, like, 75? Maybe it's worth it then? To swap over to melon, that is. I just think that melon also suffers from, like, it's not a good crop to level up. And then if I have to swap from melon over to some third crop, then we're just gonna be here for so long. Like, looking at the scales here, it'd go probably getting pumpkin up a couple more levels, and then going for melon, and then going back to wheat if I need to. But that's 3 different farms that I have to plant. I guess while I have God Potion effects, I could clear out another plot, and then if I just plant both farms simultaneously, I could swap between them as I need. But then I go through the effort of clearing out a secondary plot. The cricket's not the most helpful for us. Yeah, we're still quite a ways off of carrot there. Even wheat, like, we need to go get some more seeds to fully plant and do another full cycle of that. I feel like we're making decent progress for each row of pumpkin towards the pumpkin crop milestone. But after the next couple here, I think that it is going to stall out like all the other ones have. And then I just need to pick, like, which crop am I going to waste my time gardening next? I guess if I was at least hard focusing wheat crop, then that would at least get me the farm armor set rather than a farm suit. Slightly more farming fortune. Not that it really makes that much of a difference. Jacob again. Yippee. All of that just to get a few more percentage points towards the crop milestone here. That's rough. 10k pumpkins. I can make 10k pumpkins work. farming than I was intending to do. When I thought of, like, oh, the pests, they'll get me my crop milestones, I thought I was just going to harvest 8 pests and that would get me the last garden level, but the scaling on this, I feel like there's something wrong. Again, if I was claiming visitors, if I was playing the game normally and pushing for, I don't know, like a farm suit and, oh, now I want to go get my melon armor, like that kind of stuff, like a normal garden, crop milestones are fine. I don't need to immediately jump over to cocoa beans and get replenished. You give me tools that do that already. But this is, like, really bad. If you wanted to focus garden level, there's nothing you can do other than what I'm doing right now to push yourself ahead further. Like, the visitors don't give garden XP in a large enough amount, and you just need so much of that garden XP to level up. Like, I don't even know if garden 10 would be reasonable for a bingo player to get. Mushrooms, of course, you can do that through other means, so you don't need to get Garden 9, but if Netherwart ever shows up, I might just make a private island farm. Farming fortune, like, who cares? Whatever. I already have enough of that already. Or if I can build my own farms, then I'll just get my own soul sand and plant it up in the garden. I'll build it like on top of a existing preset farm there. I don't know. It would have been faster to manually build a farm, from what I'm looking at here. Like, just the acknowledgement that I've spent this much time already going for one pumpkin milestone to get a fraction of the XP that I need to get one garden level. Good news is we have only 2 goals left to do on the stream. It's this garden goal and then the Golden Goblin, which could take... I mean, I've been on streams before. One of the network bingo streams that I had to do had a fishing goal. And I just sat down and I did that for 8 hours. Do a live stream with the title, like, the stream ends when I get a Golden Goblin. Just like a single, narrowly focused, one-track kind of goal there. Okay, well, I'm not opposed to getting enough crickets to get the next crop milestone. But I also think that we're gonna need so many more carrots that pests, they don't really do that much at this level. You need farming fortune for pest farming to be effective, and not a lot of opportunities to get that on my bingo profile. So we're going to be at pumpkin 13 here soon. And I could just keep going with pumpkin farming. Let's see. $20,000 pumpkins. Yeah. It's reaching the point where it's like all of these are kind of not the most reasonable to do. even though a full row goes from 0.7 over to 2.7, so it's about 2% per row here. About 50 more rows. I guess I'll get the next pumpkin level. But look at that, we're still in the 60s. That's like only 7% of the way there. Rough. We're definitely cycling over after this next crop milestone. Either to melons or to wheat. And if we're looking at crop milestones, I can hope to get fly pests to give me that last bit of wheat. But I'll want to manually farm the melon there. Carrot as well. I could manually farm the carrots. Go for enchanted bone meal strategy. Oh, look who decided to show up. It's Odawa. What does Odawa want? It's gotta be like within the bounds of stuff that I can harvest, so... Might be cane. Pumpkins. Okay, yeah. Take it. I don't really need the jungle key, but I have it. And I'm actually really close to getting the next garden tool if I want to go for the replenish hoe as well. That would make my farming a little bit easier if I decide to go for like endless wheat farm. Contemplating it. I should also have, yeah, turbo carrot 1, turbo carrot 2, add that to an advanced garden hoe. I just need one more visitor to show up that gives me a reasonable amount of copper. I think that's worth it. If we consider 3x rates for pumpkin here, and 3x rates for duration until visitors show up, we're likely going to get next visitor before pumpkin milestone. And then as long as I can claim that visitor, we should be fine. If I can't claim the visitor, Rias becomes useful. I just go to hub, buy 8 stacks of jack-o'-lanterns. Okay, fly pest. Not bad. Wheat milestone. Huge. Up to 74. I'll just pivot over to melons. After this, melon level up, and then that should get us everything we need. Because we'll hopefully be at like 80 something, 83 or so for garden level. And then that last 17 is just a few level ups of melon. Wow, I sure am getting a lot of pumpkins. hopefully I get a pumpkin visitor. As long as the garden doesn't unload, I think that the next visitor timer doesn't reset. So if I go warp mines real quick, I gotta be quick. I don't want the garden to unload. Talk to Lumina. Warp garden. And then we have a chance of Lumina showing up as our frickety frack, the stupid... the timer reset on the visitor. I was gone for like a fraction of a second. What the hell, Hypixel? They really need to fix that. But now we have a chance of Lumina showing up or whatever. A calculated risk, and one that might pay off. I still need a ton of time anyways to get through pumpkin milestone here, so I'm not even that bothered by it. Because if we get additional copper past whatever we're at right now, we could also just go for crop upgrade, get extra cocoa bean fortune. We should get a decent bit of mileage out of that since we have to get like 100k cocoa bean, nearly 200k cocoa bean. Getting to the point where I could transfer over a pair of farmer boots. Or I could buy Sunderbooks. That's another thing since I have so much copper right now. I really thought that at 2% per row would be a little bit further than this by now. Alright, what else is there to do? We're gonna get the melons out so that we can get ready to plant the melon farm. We don't really need to care too much about other crops. Baked potatoes. If we ever get like a potato visitor that wants baked potatoes, I can just pass those along there. I've got no intention of transferring over a lot of those crops. The sugarcane I was just going to transfer over for alchemy, but I was not going to grind out 40k sugarcane, and I probably shouldn't have grinded out these pumpkins. I thought that I was, I don't know, gonna have a better time than I actually ended up having with the pumpkins here. I guess part of it is that I was running the numbers on like fully regrown rows here, and these are definitely not fully regrowing by the time I go to harvest them again. Next visitor's coming up really soon. We should also get a pest. I'm surprised the pest hasn't shown up yet. Usually they come in pretty quickly. hoping that the visitor is Odawa again. Most of the stuff that Odawa wants I can handle. Is that another mite? Ooh, lovely. More crop milestones. Just the one. But that's something. A few more percentage points. And then pumpkins is about to tick over as well. I guess I could take that splash. Jerry. And that's a lot of copper. Okay. I'm very happy with that transaction there. Thank you, Jerry. Visitor didn't do too much for the garden level, but that's gonna help a ton with whatever I want to do, Sunder or fortune-wise. Alright. Up to 86% now. We're gonna swap over to melons. Because I'm 35k? No thanks. I already did too many pumpkins already, it feels like. Alright, and then if I buy Sunder now... I could also go for the Lotus equipment. Sunder's a lot more cost effective here. That gets us all the way up to Sunder 4. Don't really have enough to go for other stuff. But if I go for crop upgrades... $35, $85. So, as long as I give myself 35 to spend, yeah, that's fine. And then cycle over to hub once this gets done planting. And then throw someone on the garden here. Alright, and this should be the final push before I could start planting cocoa beans. Because of that, we're going to exclusively prep for the garden stuff. So first I'm going to anvil everything together. gives me a large boost to my farming fortune, which I think is worthwhile. I can put the stuff away there. We can sell off miscellaneous stuff. Cocoa beans, we're going to want to buy out the full stock of this. And now we're going to want to go warp desert. Now with how fast I can harvest cocoa beans, yeah, I probably should have just manually harvested in the desert. May not have been the smartest idea going all the way up for garden level, but I got to have, I guess one might say, fun, if they're a little misguided. Farming is just kind of a tedium, but it was definitely something. Like, look at this. Look at how fast. Like, this is because I have all the copper invested into the axe. But still, huge amounts of cocoa beans. Just getting a decent amount for planting on the garden, because I don't want to have to plant too many times over. I mean, with how big the farm is, I think it's inevitable. Like, I'm gonna have to harvest and then plant again on the farm once I get a decent chunk of cocoa beans, because it's very compressed together, and there's also 3 cocoa beans needed per row. So if I'm going to be trying to farm all of those cocoa beans here, I'm pretty much going to complete the bingo goal. But I mean, just look at that, already up to 1200. It is definitely slow, but compared to how much I've had to go through, like, just farming pumpkins for like an hour or something now, close to it, about 40 minutes of just miscellaneous farming in the garden, and we're still not done. It would have been better just to go here. With that, though, I'm going to hope that this is enough for cocoa beans on the garden. Put this away. Let's hunt around for some more goblin eggs. Seems like this is a lobby for something. I don't think there's a chest in that canvas structure. Oh, this will have a chest. I think it's up at the top of this. No? Ah, yes, over here. Green goblin egg. That's something. if I use wishing compasses, that will direct me towards the king's. Up and over this way. So maybe if I go over in this tunnel. No? Thing's just broken for no reason. So a little bit up, and we're just kind of staircasing now. Two goals remain: getting a golden goblin, which could happen whenever, and farming, which we just kind of idle and take a little bit of downtime here and there for. Still further. Looks like it's towards the back corner. Here we go. That's an entrance. Magma field, ascension rope, FTX. Doesn't look like we have anything else. Like, I'm not going for parts, so I really have no need to push for any of these things. Takes a little bit to check. And that's another thing here is, like, I've already been in this lobby, so crosses those out. And if I haven't been in a lobby yet, then it's highly likely that there's no marked down structures. Okay. Lovely, not a single goblin egg. Alright. Where to now? That's the jungle structure. It's not going to get me goblin eggs. There's nothing like that moves forward from here. So I'm just getting routed back to the same structure. Oh, here we go. This is something new. All the way at the top, there's the one in the cage. And this looks to be something. Wishing compasses, they at least help a little bit with finding structures. Oddly enough, no queen. No king either. One goblin egg. I guess if I stand by the thing and it shows up, it looks like that didn't register on the mod because it was too far away from it. So let's diligently stand around the chest, because it helps both me and other people if we know where the eggs are. It helps me in the sense that I'm not going to re-roll into a lobby that I've already been in before. Helps other people just hunting for eggs if that's what they need to do. I guess with heightened magic find, I could go for... Hopefully that reaches. It did not. I really need to get that upper chest first. Movement is so finicky on the... Oh, come on! Please. There we go. See? And that's an example of, like, if I had stayed up there... Oh! It actually registered. That's good. Green goblin egg here. And... something else for someone else down here. Another goblin egg. So that's 3 eggs in one structure. That's a pretty good distribution there. Maybe I can get king and queen as well and get more. Here's queen. It's going good. I'm down to the last 2 goals. I should be out of here soon. It's just getting these goblin eggs and having to spawn a golden goblin off of them. The old method of just spawning it doesn't work. You have to spawn it from an egg. And then I also have to do cocoa beans. I haven't started on that collection at all yet. I mean, I could roll it into a 4-parter if I don't want to push and get all of the stuff done this stream. Between the 2 that I have left, I feel like they're going to last a decent amount of time. Goblin egg up top. And that one didn't register. Why not? I don't get it. Warp mines. We're gonna try this again. Another set of eggs are gonna be thrown. I'm not gonna throw the red egg yet. No other eggs. It's just these 6. Statistically, I'm gonna get it at some point. And it's like 2.5 or like a 1 in 50 per egg that I throw. And then these colored eggs have a slightly higher chance, but none of it matters because I get nothing. Lovely. Warp garden. Oh, by far. The nucleus makes it so that you have to collaborate with other people. If you don't get that really quickly, then you gotta find the parts yourself. Salmon and Rotten Flesh Collection require you to have minions down, neither of which can be manually grinded out that easy. You could technically do Zombie Knight, Zombie Soldier for the Rotten Flesh, or do Fishing manually for Rotten Flesh, but 9k Salmon, you have to do minions for that. There's no way around it, and you have to leave the minions down for quite a while. Golden Goblin, you used to be able to get it just from spawning anything in. It didn't matter if it was from an ore block or from the eggs, and that's how I liked it. Now you have to use the eggs, and the eggs are a pain to grind, and there's no set end goal for Golden Goblin. You just kind of get it whenever the eggs feel like giving it to you. Cocoa beans. Not that bad to grind, but that's one of the few remaining things that I have left to do. And Combat 20 is also like a side quest. Aside from all the other stuff that you're doing, you also have to get a high level on this. So, a very brutal bingo. I wouldn't say it's the hardest bingo that we've ever had, but I would definitely place it within the top 3. Excluding, of course, like the first bingos where it was like, get a level 100 pet, and then you don't have a bingo pet to level up. That was a little mean. But this is, like, painful. Because I still don't have the access to even plant a cocoa bean farm on my garden. That's how long this is taking me. I think going for all those pumpkins that I did earlier in the stream was a bit of a mistake, though. Like, just with how fast these melon crops are getting harvested. Locust, the thing that I don't really need. Unless you give me a big potato. Nope. Yeah, I get nothing out of that. So we're 90% of the way up to the garden level that I need to go to. That's progress. And the melons are giving a decent percentage per row compared to what pumpkins was giving us. We also spec'd really heavily into upgrading the axe, upgrading the specific crop upgrade for fortune on melons. Hopefully this next melon level up gives us access to the cocoa bean. And then if we get a cocoa bean farm planted, we can go do a little bit more egg hunting. Come back, harvest the cocoa bean farm, replant the cocoa bean farm, just like expand the size of it a little bit more, and then repeat that a couple of times, because we're going to need to do quite a bit of egg hunting anyways for Golden Goblin. And then once we have the max size cocoa bean farm, that should be good enough to infinite cycle. This is probably going to be a longer stream if I go all the way until the end of getting the Golden Goblin and getting the cocoa bean. So I'm just going to vibe out and take care of that. Grandma Wolf, let's see. Any bit of copper would be helpful at this point. Pumpkins. Oh, figures. Not enough pumpkins were harvested. But that is a nice number for the copper. Not enough to make me go harvest more pumpkins though. I'm good. Oh, of course, of course. 99.8% of the way there. What is that? 5 more garden XP? Can I just claim Marius? Is that allowed? Or I could do carrots. I do the enchanted bone meal carrot strategy. I'm sick of it. I don't want to be here. Arius gives me 8. Okay, we're claiming Arius. Arius has some utility after all. I'm sorry for what I said earlier, Arius. You do have a purpose. Let's go to variety. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Warp garden. Finally, garden level 8. I'm so done. Hey, welcome, Koya. How's it going? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I misplaced my cocoa beans. Yeah, this really isn't good. Like, each... How many rows am I getting here? Not enough! Oh, no. I was like, yeah, that'll be enough cocoa beans. Look at this. That's a pitiful number of cocoa beans. I'm gonna be here for like 3 seconds, so that it'll be like, oh, all done. Alright, well, we gotta be on the garden for it to finish pasting, even if there's nothing left in my inventory to paste. Breaking the crops with weapons is bad for their health? That's a funny flavor message of sorts. I've never seen that before. I've also never tried to punch... Oh, okay. So it spams. And it's like whenever you hit a thing here with a weapon. Alright. Well, to each their own. Well, now that that is fully pasted, we are going to go goblin egg hunting. I left you in suspense for a second. Like, you had no idea what I was gonna do. Gotta keep you on your toes. Goblin egg time. Warp. CN. There is only so many lobbies that I can cycle into before I've claimed every possible thing. So we gotta stagger when we do this as well. Otherwise we're gonna run out of potential goblin eggs. No chest? I think that there's like an upper area here that will have a chest. Yeah, up there. Okay. I'm annoyed. I'm triple annoyed because I don't have ender pearls. So that's going to make movement even more painful. Looking around. This is a chest. Ooh. Double. I like that. I don't know what that is, but I want it. You're gonna make me dig for it, aren't you? Nope. Double. And then this. I don't always register from my exploration here, so it's worth checking out, just in case. Maybe it's something where it's like rate limited, is like I was opening up the chests too quickly and that's why it wasn't showing up. I have a couple of theories. It wasn't distance though, because I've already disproven that by going super far away from the chest. Alright, no ender pearls makes this a bit annoying. Nothing else of relevance here. I guess I will push towards some of these other areas, see if I can find anything. And then we're just gonna hop lobbies. There's also the endlessly killing goblins strategy for goblin eggs. It's not just structure hunting. But this is... with the mod, it's probably more useful to do this rather than rely on just grinding goblins. I recently found out that there's a chest in this fireplace. Not that it really did anything for me though. So, why is this area cleared out more than it usually is? Who? Why? How? Like, this is more of an open concept that I'm used to, guys. What's up with that? And this is all magma field structure, so there's no point in looking at what's in any of these anyways. Yeah, we're just gonna cycle. Hub. Okay. Oh. Multiple designated structures. We need to go to the end after this lobby. Get ourselves more pearls. Hello there. Oh, you hit like a truck. Please leave me out of it. Hi there. Two eggs. And then, wasn't there something else? Yeah, there's this down here. If I find a powder chest, then I'm just gonna pick it up. Plus one goblin egg, and then... oh, there's another goblin egg. I continue on the hunt. Guaranteed goblin egg, and what else? Cool. Alright. Back to hub. Alright, if there's no goblin eggs, I'm gonna go do what I set out to do. Warp. End. Go get some pearls. Alright, that should last me a little while. Alright, no designated chests. Oh, never mind. Looks empty. Okay. Nope, that's the jungle temple. I'm gonna go opposite direction. Should be another double. No. Too many tunnels cutting through here. That's fine. Green goblin egg, okay, that's something. And it got marked. So at least we'll know if we've been in this lobby before. And this is a structure with a chest at the top. Wishing compass for king points us towards that corner. Could be a ways away now. Huh. Grotto something something. Great. Well, I'm gonna have to go over in this direction. Structure of some kind. Didn't quite clock it before, but this will hopefully get us lots of goodies. No, just powder. Another goblin egg. Up to 9 total. Alright, 10 total goblin eggs, and we still have to get over to where the king is. This way. Okay, let's gamble. It's a free chest. Might as well open it. I'm gonna hope that goblin over there is at king. And they were. Doesn't look like a goblin egg. And finally... Nope. Alright, we're gonna cycle through one more lobby. Yeah, 3 easy community tasks, and then if you're also looking to just go for points, there's the 250k coin in bank. Small backpack is pretty quick. This whole row of common rock, bestiary, salmon if you're going to put down minions, and arachne is obtainable. But other than that, yeah, just do the easy community ones. There's no good row or column for points that doesn't require minion stuff. This looks like a lobby that I haven't been in before. There's some sort of structure here. Sure do get this structure a lot for some reason. That's good. The same structure again? Okay. I will not question it. Yep, goblin egg. And if I stay up here, hopefully if it registers a goblin egg, then... Nope. I mean, for my sake, I only need to know, like, one lobby, having, like, one goblin egg in each lobby, that way I can quickly check it off. Me trying to get these to show up properly for other people is just to try and be helpful. Alright, and is there a way for me to easily continue? King is... Ooh, all the way over there. That's not going to land anywhere helpful. Actually, it's the opposite of helpful. So we want to go more towards precursor than over here. This'll do. Alrighty. Lots of powder. Alright. Can I gamble and get a good drop? No. They really want to put it close to the border. Alrighty. And chest number 1. Should be able to hop down. Chest number 2. Good for essence, bad for... Oh, hang on. Well, if we're done here, I think that there's an essence perk, actually, that I can be going for. And since I've mined up so many of the chests already, I should be able to get a little bit of increased chance of goblins. Because I already killed the Golden Goblin, which is the prerequisite for this. And then, is there... No. It's just the Diamond Essence perk, which is an increased chance of Diamond Goblins. Well, that's not helpful. I guess, regardless, I can throw my things. I'm going to go to a flat place all the way out here, and I'm going to throw my goblin eggs. It's a 2.5% chance per. I have a lot of them. I hate this game so much. Let me check the wiki. It's a 2% from regular goblin eggs, a 2.5% from green goblin eggs, a 3.33 from yellow goblin eggs. It's a 5% from the red goblin egg if I throw it, and a 10% chance from the blue goblin egg if I throw it. Dreadlig threw a blue golden goblin egg and did not get the golden goblin from my understanding, so I don't think the rare eggs really matter that much. It's still a chance, regardless of what I'm doing, whether it shows up or not. But we might be here a while. First column. I mean, I'll check it. Hot potato. Math hoe blueprint, small backpack powder. Math hoe just takes time. Like, I didn't want to put you towards anything with Dwarven Mines when I was recommending. What do I have left? Just cocoa beans and golden goblin. That's where I've been at for the past 2 hours, and it feels like I haven't made any progress towards either goal. Oh. Well, no one was on the island to AFK yet. Lovely. So the cocoa beans aren't even grown. I'm gonna lose my sanity at the end of this stream. So now that we have something holding the garden so that things actually show up, nothing here matters. Warp. Crystal Nucleus. Let's keep trying. to get a golden goblin. This structure again. There's a decent amount of tunnels here. I'm gonna check the Bingo Brewers wiki, perhaps not the Bingo Brewers wiki, the Bingo Brewers server. I'm gonna check to see if there's anyone mentioning anything about goblins. Goblin. Golden Goblin 10x perk. Hang on. Ah, shoot. Okay, well, I realize there's a strategy here. And this is why you check all of your sources. Because we can actually just do this. And then we have Sky Mall. And then we have a chance to get increased golden goblins. Everything else here is silly. I'll dump all of this into mining speed. So now, in addition to hunting the eggs for golden goblin, we have to wait for a specific perk to show up, and then try to throw all of the eggs during 10x golden goblin. Yay. Oh no. Both of these goals that I have left, I feel like, are very poorly designed. The cocoa beans, if you're going to be doing it in the garden, requires you to do so much extra work that wouldn't really be necessary, and then usually in bingo there's some flexibility on how you do what it is you need to do. Like, you could, if the goal was to just spawn a golden goblin, you could mine for a while, or you could do what I'm doing here and cycle through chests and throw eggs. Or you could kill goblins and get their eggs. But this is, like it's forcing you into a specific niche that you may not even want to be in. And that's why this is not very friendly to the player. Well, another strategy that I could do, just to do something, is kill a bunch of golden goblins, or kill a bunch of goblins and get the goblin eggs, and try to spawn a golden goblin off of that. I feel like none are good options. But I gotta do something. Interesting. Looks like I've already... Maybe this was like the original? Yeah, this was like an original lobby that I was in. Huh. Yeah, I would not be surprised, but I'm going to cope and only throw my eggs during 10x. No, I think that it doesn't. Unless they changed it recently. Because when I threw off of goblin eggs to max out my diamond goblin bestiary during the 10x chance to get those, they seem to show up far more frequently off of eggs as well. But I have a very small sample size, so it's just my own personal belief that I need to wait for 10x. And then 10x is still just like 20% per egg, so it's not even good. What is this? Is this the hill structure? The one with a campfire inside of it? Come on. Show yourself. I think the answer is yes. Hey, we mined to it from the back. Well, we'll see, because I've thrown over like 30 eggs at this point of various types. We will see if it makes any difference. This structure, it's like a big thing on a pillar. I've never been able to figure out if there's a chest in this or not. If there would be a chest, I'd imagine it'd be buried like under gold here, but there's nothing like visible to the air that I've been able to find. Oh no, I fell. Yeah. Where there's like a wall. Which leads to nothing. There's like no standardization on how these things are built. And like in one structure, fence posts might be a wall that holds a chest behind it, and then in another one of the structures it's just like, we put fence posts on the side of the structure for decorative purposes. Is there a tunnel somewhere over here that I can get out of here on? Maybe this? Somewhere? Yeah, that looks like a tunnel over here. 2 chests. We'll take it. Not a single goblin egg from here. But the same kind of menace builder people who just can't make the stairs work properly. Alright, and this leads over to... I mean, that chest having a tunnel directly to it is reassuring. Yeah, that's a goblin egg. And then... two more chests to claim in this structure, and then I'll cycle over somewhere else. Well, if the goal was large amounts of powder... Alright, 2 goblin eggs. That's something. Well, it's also very possible, because when I was doing the powder grinding, what would happen is I'd get like back-to-back-to-back goblins, and then I'd also go for, like, I'd throw multiple stacks, and I wouldn't get anything at all when I was doing the diamond goblin hunt. But for reference, if you throw like a stack of eggs off of 10x, I feel like you might get like 4 or 5 goblins. But then on 10x, you can guarantee getting like a massive pile-up of goblins in the corner. Yep, there's one. Why is the mod not registering? What the heck? doing this to help other bingoers, and also, like, note down, like, you've been to this lobby already. If neither of those things works, then that's not helpful. Alright. Redstone. Get a chest. Oh, there's a lot of structures in this area. Digging through here gets you... Okay, digging through here gets you one. And then straight down from here there's going to be another. Oh, that's huge. That's huge. 2 yellow goblin eggs? And 2 goblin eggs? Okay. And then there's another couple of chests here. Yeah. That's the goal. Alright, and just for compacting's sake, swap out the stuff here, put the amber in there, and hopefully I don't have to sell full inventories of gemstones as often. There. I got like latched under the crystal. So I already went to this structure here and here. And I already went through this, so I want to keep on going to a different location. I've got a thing down here. If I have wishing? No, I don't have wishing compasses. No king. Well, this is probably a structure of some kind. Don't know if the chest got eaten away at the path, but the levitating corpses in the air is it's something. Ow. Yeah, no, that doesn't look like anything in particular here. I think that this secret area is supposed to be the chest, and instead we have levitating dudes. Alright, we're just doubling back. Hub. The 4 eggs from one chest was probably one of the better finds that we're going to get today. These tunnels, they all feel the same. It's just someone making a massive burrow over in one direction. Alright, ow. Nope. Not quite. I feel like there's some offset to the pearl that... Yeah, like if you phase into a block, it just bounces you out. I get ejected from my location. Which I guess is helpful so that I don't suffocate to death, but I still do that sometimes. And it also makes me land in places that I don't expect to. What? That's one of the campfires of all time. Is this just a structure without a chest? Oh! I remember this. Yeah, no, I think I've been here before. Like, I remember that exact same thought process. And then that hole where it's like, oh, I guess that's where we're going. Alright, well, this is a place that I've probably been at. But I haven't looted the chests in these areas, huh? Or maybe I have? I wouldn't be able to open them up again if that were the case. It's just the same structure spawned with the same gap already. The dragon head has no special properties. Well, I got a goblin egg out of it, so I'm happy. And then we probably want to go more towards... What the heck? Yeah, they are crossed out. I have been here before. Okay, this looks nice. And it's like right there, right accessible. Okay. Two more eggs. Yay, fortune. That area's already been checked. Let's go a different direction down the tunnel and hopefully find a different structure. Like this one. This is a structure. One of the structures of all time. Oh. And that guy's angry. I'd rather not have to deal with you. Yay, absolutely nothing. Queen. Queen has two chests. Although, since one of the chests already showed up for King in the lobby, I'm guessing Queen doesn't have anything for us. Otherwise, they would have shown up in the lobby. What? What? Okay. I stand corrected. Alrighty. Well, that's everything. We got king, we got queen. I'm not going to push for random structures as heavily. We already got that. That's our double. We're probably going to want to cycle over. I'll take the splash. That's not what I wanted to do. They really need to raise the hub number back up to 80. This is silly. I guess, but I have an Iron Man and I really don't want to have to grind out more blue goblin eggs if I don't have to. Well, this has precursor stuff, but no goblin stuff. What in the heck is this pit? Is there anything up in the gold area up here? Doesn't look like it. Oh, there is! A sneaky little chest hiding there. And this doesn't look like it's leading towards any structure in particular, it's just somebody powder mining. What the? Where are we going now? Where to? Just wherever, I guess? I don't know. Oh, tunnel. Wishing compass. Okay, king is up and over here. This looks like a structure of some kind. Yep. Keep on going in this direction. We should find the king. Yep. And it feels like we get everything possible from a chest besides a goblin egg. Usually there's a tunnel from the king over to the queen, so we're going to follow this. And yep, that puts us out at the queen. And somehow, despite opening up all of those chests, it seems like we did not get a goblin egg. Huh. Yes. This specifically a mod which links when splashes are in the top corner, and also it shares and crowdsources a bunch of chest drops. So like that precursor part, if you needed to go for the Nucleus run. In my case, whenever there's a goblin egg, that's what I'm hunting down right now. This is probably going to be one of the longest VODs on the channel, and it's going to be because of the Golden Goblin. This feels like the same lobby. Yeah, it is the same lobby. I should do coca beans. Give lobbies a chance to cycle over and reset. Green goblin egg. Alright, well now we'll know that this lobby has been accessed before. Although it's a day 15, so it's not like we really needed that information. I downloaded the mod mid-stream because one of the viewers suggested it. SkyTills also has similar functionality with crowdsourcing structures, so I could be using that to get king coordinates and queen coordinates for that. Which would also be very valuable to do. because each structure, king and queen, has 2 chests in it, which give you a chance at goblin eggs and all the other goodies we need right now. I don't know if there's a difference between slowly throwing the goblin eggs or just spam throwing the goblin eggs. I don't know if it's like on a random timer and it's better to just wait, have a little bit of patience in between each throw, or if I should just throw all of them all at once. When I was getting that massive pileup of them, I was spam throwing, and it felt like if I got a golden goblin on one tick, if there was another egg that landed, I'd get another golden goblin. Complete garbledy-gook, no scientific backing to that whatsoever. But I also feel like when I spammed a bunch of eggs, I got a lot of, like, I feel called out. What? He's probably talking about the king having a long dialogue. Yeah, that'd help. I feel like if I throw them in a slower pace, though, I'm not as likely to waste eggs if there is some underlying system like that. Maybe she left because you talk so much is crazy. Alright, well, double egg. We take it. And there's not much left for us here, so let's check on the garden. You can go away. Maybe we get a good visitor. And then cocoa beans, we're not going to have much. Oh, lovely. My axe breaks logs. But if we enchant these, and we're just gonna do as much as we possibly can here. Lots of unlocks early on when you first start farming a crop. I want to get this pest. It could be a moth pest, and that would help with the cocoa bean shortage we're going through. We're rebuilding the farm, so we don't need to worry about breaking anything. We're just gonna replant anyways. I have an Iron Man that I play, and then I have my main profile that I've kind of been neglecting over the past couple of months. Other than that, I cycle through some daily games. I play a couple of multiplayer games with my partner. I do mod packs, like I'm currently going through Sky Factory and I'm recording it locally, and then I'll edit that together and post like a video on my channel if I find it to be interesting content, and if it's not interesting content, then I'll just move on to something else. And then I do a lot of coding projects on the side. I brought that into one of the streams, having like a shopping list program that I did that randomizes all of the remaining items I had from museum. That was kind of fun. I want to code more things for my streams. I want to maybe... Because a bingo stream, if I'm doing that every month, having a graphical display, like what am I currently working on, or like a bingo card itself shown in the top corner at all times could be pretty helpful. Just coming up with stuff like that. And that looks like all that I can farm right now. So I'm going to go over to the desk, I'm going to replant, and we're going to go find more goblin eggs. Programming live. That is an interesting consideration. I'll try it. I do a lot of the C++. Java is something I want to get into. And then I could do like live plugin development, something that's more Minecraft adjacent that people might be interested in watching, but I mean I could just make anything on stream. Stuff for like a portfolio project or just anything that comes to mind in that moment. But I do want to get working with Java, Bucket, that kind of stuff a lot more. Actually break into making custom content for Minecraft, and this is what I'm talking about. I need this. A moth. This is what I was hoping would show up, and it did. Clearly I just need to hope. And I should get a full cocoa bean farm from the looks of things here. So now it is just waiting for this to all grow. So let me get the loader on this. And now we're just gonna chill. Do more goblin eggs. Alright, we can put aside most of this other stuff that we're not using as well. Like, we're not going to be doing anything with the rookie hoe anymore. And the gold can go away as well. A common armadillo. I guess I can put it in my pets menu. And we're going to want wishing compasses. Alright. Warp. End. We're going to need some more ender pearls if we're going to do some exploring. And I'm actually going to give the Crystal Hollows lobbies an opportunity to close. We should be getting some new lobbies cycling in here soon. I'm going to go kill some goblins directly. Just to change a pace. See how miserable the goblin egg combat grind would be. I mean, if I knew how miserable the getting a golden goblin was going to be, I might have actually just multitasked getting combat 20 and killing goblins directly. Okay, these should be enough. Well, when it comes to, like, figuring out how logic works in the data pack, it depends. Like, there can be a large... Like, you're actually working through, puzzling through a problem, like making the Terralith data pack, custom terrain generation. That's completely different from if you're going and making a... I don't know, something that edits how something looks. How's the grind? What's the most boring goal this bingo? Well, how's the grind? I have 2 goals left. Cocoa beans and golden goblin. Cocoa Beans is going quick. Golden Goblin, they made it so that you have to throw the eggs. I have thrown around 30, according to my mental count, and I have 13 more here. It's about a 1 in 50 on average. I'm coping and waiting for Sky Mall to come around right now so that I can get increased chance to get golden goblins. And I'm having to fight 2 people in Devon's armor that are for some reason killing goblins. So Golden Goblin is the worst one. But I told myself I'm going to have a change of pace right now. I have been structure hunting in the Crystal Hollows with the Bingo mod, and now I'm fighting somebody with a Hyperion for little green boys. Or sometimes Alex and Steve skins, depending on if Hypixel wants to load the textures. Throw the eggs. Yeah. I don't know if Luck of the Cave applies to thrown eggs. I don't know why this person... Like, are you bestiary grinding? But yeah, terrible time. And I'm reminding myself as I kill all of these goblins why I wasn't a fan of manually going for the goblin eggs. I'll put the goblin eggs in the hotbar here so we can see. Sometimes the magic find doesn't proc on the eggs. So we'll see the number like tick up in real time in the hotbar as well. There we go. 1 goblin egg. 2 goblin eggs. Okay. This might not be a terrible method. And we're waiting for the cocoa beans to grow right now. That's why we're outside of the garden. At least we can trick ourselves into thinking that there's something else to do right now other than Golden Goblin. There's the cocoa bean goal for now. Stream ends when I get the Golden Goblin and cocoa bean. Most likely it's going to be Golden Goblin as the last goal. And I'm just going to be harvesting endless amounts of eggs until that point. I could chuck out the eggs early before 10x Golden Goblin chance, but I really don't want to go for that. Well, there's a bunch of predicates with the achievements from my understanding, and you can have custom predicates that detect most actions in the game. A lot of my interest when it comes to data pack development is making like a functional game for players. And then if I added achievements, I wouldn't have that triggered by some sort of action like player breaks 50 blocks of cobble. I'd have that, like, you just get that from the gameplay itself. Something then says give achievement directly, rather than trying to directly detect the player's behavior through predicates. And I think that's the way that you get very interesting achievements. Like, imagine if you're thinking about like the Rift where there's Enigma Soul, where you have to bounce up really high up into the air. You could give an achievement for that, not based off of like some detection of if player is in the air, just detect if they've entered the region, and then give them the achievement. Throw 1 egg for the RNG. Alright. I'm willing to try it. Let's throw 1 egg for the RNG. 2 eggs for the RNG. Okay. I'm glad that I threw more than 1 egg for the RNG. Querio, you just saved me so many hours of grinding. And just sitting there. Hoping to get this massive stockpile of eggs. I'm gonna follow it into the mist. I don't care. Huge. Huge. And I don't need any of these eggs on the Iron Man, so... Let's see. Of the 14, 16, 17, 0 goblins. 0 goblins! But that doesn't even matter. I'm not even mad. Alright. That's everything. We just need cocoa beans, and these 2 collection goals will be finished off of the stream. I just need to tune into those and make sure that they get done. Let's go to my island, and we can claim our riches here. Alright. We also probably want to get this in the sack as well. Revenant Flesh can be thrown out. And then the current collection for this is sitting on 36k. I speculated that we might get the collection done before the end of the stream, but it's gonna be probably one more cycle overnight of getting Rotten Flesh, and then we swap over to fish minions. That being said, the last thing we have left to do is cocoa bean collection. I'm gonna pull out the wooden hoe here. Yeah, 2 wooden hoes. I'm gonna get as many of these pumpkins as I can, since I have some spare enchanted pumpkins. This is me going for whatever the next tier of minion is. So I'll need 22 more to get the 12th minion slot. Warp Garden. We're gonna turn off the compactor for a second here. And cocoa beans are mostly planted, but as I go through the farm, I'll probably have like a fuller set of crops. And since we have replenish on, that works out perfectly for us. Alright. Cocoa bean minion. Turn on the compactor. Let's check widget. I want to enable collection widget and show the last earned collection, and we can get rid of these 2 so that shows that better. I don't see the widget. Alright, let's disable more widgets. Pest trap, we don't need it. Jacob contest, I don't really care about that. Composter. Alright, now we can see our cocoa bean collection. Unfortunately, these widgets don't really give us a good shot of once the collection is maxed. However, we can see right now, as we go through the rows, we're getting like pretty continuous ticks of cocoa bean collection. About like 500 every single time that ticks up or so. And that's perfect. We need 185k cocoa beans, but this will be done pretty quick. Rev Minion? No, that's not happening. I'm not pushing for Rev Slayer. I did Void Gloom. That's more than enough for me. Yesterday my stream consisted of me getting carried by a new friend that I made, and they carried me through mini-bosses to get the combat that I needed. I guess I can't be too upset with the amount of time that I had to spend grinding out Golden Goblin, but I really think that they should change it back to how it was before, where you could just mine for the Golden Goblin. I think that it's a oversight having to throw the eggs to get the goblin. It's fun, it's a fun challenge, but I think that's too specific for bingo. It comes across as like one of the tasks you would have on the network bingo card, where they have to make you do like some specific Sky Wars challenge or something. Alright, and since we got replenished, we're just infinitely cycling this farm until the collection is done. And I guess on stream, I can keep on going with unlocking the 12th minion slot and getting the minion chest, and that will be where the stream ends. There is one for killing golden goblins that's a community task, which you could technically get from either. And then there's one which is throwing the golden goblin egg. That's the bingo specific task that has existed forever, but they made a patch recently where you can't get it from mining to spawn the golden goblin. It has to be from the eggs. Yeah. And the Golden Goblin community task is to kill golden goblins, not to spawn it. This task was to spawn from an egg. And the spawn from an egg task has came up before, but you could get it from spawning it off of like mining mithril or the custom ore blocks or whatever. Overall, this is going good. Already up to 55k pretty much. Yeah. I think that bingo players, like, if there's a task, they should be able to choose how they do it. If there's a collection task, you should be able to choose to go for the collection or do it through minions. I think that it's really bad when you have something like the fish collection task, where you have to place minions down to get it in a reasonable amount of time. Prismarine was good because you could get it off of your minions, or you could go for, like, loot-sharing enchanted Prismarine shards. Like, my favorite bingo tasks are the ones where there are shenanigans like that that you can pull. No, I'd rather do Foraging 20 than some of these tasks. Like, Foraging 20 compared to Combat 20? Probably would rather do the Combat. But compared to Crystal Nucleus, I think I'd rather do the Foraging. Compared to Golden Goblin, I'd rather do the Foraging. Yeah, loot sharing for the Prismarine. I helped carry someone for that. It is pretty good. Is that a moth? If it's a moth pest, I'll kill it. Nope, it's a mosquito. It gets to live. Alright, we are now about a third of the way done with cocoa bean collection. So it's not the longest VOD that I've ever done, but if you really want to watch pain, one of my earliest streams that I ever did was a network bingo stream, which was the bingo card for all of the minigames on Hypixel, not like Hypixel Skyblock bingo, it was a network bingo. And one of the tasks was to catch a fish in the hub. I fished for 8 hours on the live stream. And I fished a little bit prior on the stream before. But I spent like one stream doing one task for 8 hours. That is probably the worst thing that I've ever had to do bingo related on Hypixel. My second criteria when it comes to designing like a good bingo task is that it should have a finite end. So if the goal is like kill 15 people in the murder mystery game, that's fine. That's a good goal because it spreads across multiple games and you can just you know when it's done. If it's something random though, like this random event, like survive a random disaster in the disasters game, then you have to be sitting there waiting for that event to show up. RNG-based bingo tasks are probably the worst ones that you can get out there. Yeah. My way of doing it is I do mini-bosses. I get all the way up to clearing a T3 Void Gloom, and then I spawn T4 Void Gloom mini-bosses, and that counts for like about 500 Enderman kills every single T4 that I cycle. It speeds it up by, I would say, about 3 or 4 times as much. But you do have to go out of your way to get all the Slayer stuff prepped and carried beforehand. And actively, like, doing the thing requires you to be carried by somebody. So, you're taking up somebody else's time. This is fun. It's very relaxing after having the Golden Goblin stress, knowing that that is the thing that's done first. Like cocoa beans, it's kind of like my victory lap right now. I like it. I'm also realizing that the amount of cocoa beans that I have to grind is about equal, like proportionally in crop milestone levels, to the amount of pumpkins that I grinded at. So I essentially did like 3 or 4 different collection goals just to be able to plant these cocoa beans in the garden. I don't know why. Yeah. I feel like most Slayers have that kind of issue where you have to kill the lower level ones, and then it ramps up in difficulty over time. Oh yeah. That's very, very bad. And I don't blame people for getting carried if they have someone like a friend who's willing to help them out. Carries are fine in my eyes. Or if you're grinding out the coins and paying for a carry, easy. Like you're doing the smart thing by getting your progression fast forwarded through that point and not killing a bunch of level 1 Endermen. It's the same thing like with the garden. Like, I have a thing that's sitting here on the garden and increasing, like, growing the crops while I'm not on the garden. What's the alternative? I watch grass grow for 20 minutes so that the farm is ready to go? No, you do the smart thing. You do the efficient thing. I'm of the belief that some of these things should be in the base game itself. Like, you shouldn't have to go through a bunch of T1 Void Glooms just to get access to the Slayer. Yeah. Well, if you're going for, like, pushing dungeons, then you want to go for that Juju. You don't want to go all the way up to Term either, because you actually need the magical power first to make use of the Terminator. I think that it all just depends on, like, what the person's needs are in particular. Like, you could also just not get the carries and ignore the Slayer entirely up until you get to, like, a later game content. But some people, right off the bat, they want to rush for that extra DPS, that extra gear that they get from the Slayer. You don't really need to do that, though, in most cases. And Hypixel Skyblock it has so many different systems that all interact with each other. Like, if you progress in dungeons and get better gear, you're going to have an easier time fighting the Slayers. But do you want to send yourself into dungeons doing the floor 7 grind for, like, 1,000 floors to get your Hyperion? Or do you want to just get the carry and have someone who already has that help you out? That's good. And Final Destination is helpful up to a certain point with the kills. But there comes a time when, like, you've done enough on the Final Destination where you don't really need to keep pushing that anymore. Hey look! 10x chance to find Golden and Diamond Goblins! At least I wouldn't have had to wait 2 hours for that to come into Sky Mall rotation. But I threw mine early. I wonder. I'm actually gonna side quest for a little bit here. Like, we've seen how much I've... Yeah, it's UUID based, so it's 10x. I just want to proof of concept this on my main profile. So back when I was getting my bestiary for Diamond Goblin, I would go here, and I would throw a bunch of eggs. So I'm going to go Bazaar, and egg, and I'm going to buy up, I don't know, 3 stacks of goblin eggs. So you can see that, like, this doesn't feel like a fluke. This feels like there's significantly more of these guys showing up. Like, even just from that 14, that massive pile-up of golden goblins. So I would say yes, 10x does affect the goblin egg, like how frequently they show up out of the goblin egg. And yeah, to answer your question, I did do Nucleus on the bingo. I am fully done with everything aside from the minion goals and Cocoa Bean. And I've done community goal participation and everything else, so it's just Cocoa Bean, and then we're done with the stream. Back to our regularly scheduled cocoa bean grind. Huh? The randomly floating crit particle that my mod seems to think is like, oh, you gotta open this powder chest. Warp. Garden. I could claim this. Yeah, I will claim this actually. I just need 1, 2, 3 cookies. And then I think I can get Sunder. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's just a nice chunk of Sunder books set aside. I think I'll transfer those over to the Iron Man rather than putting them on the axe and getting Sunder 5. How did I get the robot parts? If you go into the Bingo Brewers Discord server, there's a mod that allows for crowd sharing of parts. I'm gonna pause from Nucleus grinding just to show this off. So, if you go into the lobby, occasionally... let's actually find a lobby for that. A lot of the lobbies reset, so there's probably not as many that have items already found on it. Okay, bad example, but if there is a robot part that somebody has found and they are using the mod, that'll show up for all of the other people. You can review... Oh, this over here. So, in the Goblin Holdout, there's a chest over here, which has 2 goblin eggs and an ascension rope. And I'm going to try to walk over to it just to further demonstrate. So, if I open up this chest, it'll have the exact location of it right here. I open it up, and it should have 2 goblin eggs and 1 ascension rope. 2 goblin eggs, 1 ascension rope, and some other stuff as well. So that's how I got all the stuff by now. Warp Garden. I actually think that it's a really cool mod. So if you're wanting to get that, then that is one of the options. Also in the Bingo Brewers Discord server, there is a robot parts channel where people will occasionally share coordinates, but it is not as active as the mod will be for finding you important items and structures. You also have Skytills as an option if you're trying to find like various things like the Mines of Devon or the King area. That's an alternative to Wishing Compasses if you'd like. Very useful mod. So we should be really close to Cocoa Bean. Yeah, we are about 60k away. Does anyone else in the chat have any questions or comments that they want to bring up before the stream ends? We'll be closing things off here soon. Hoping to be able to get this done before the next pest spawns. Otherwise I'm going to have to do pest cleanup. I don't see any moth pests that would speed up my cocoa bean collection at all. So I'm just going to do this. This should be enough to upgrade the minion a couple more times. Alright. This is the point where I get restless. 42. I can't tab and see my collection because it just says max. I wish that it would show just the number if you already have it maxed, and maybe like in a different color, like green 140,000 for my cocoa beans right now. Or 140k if you're going to abbreviate it so that it's more condensed in the tab. And I'm sure that wouldn't take too much additional like development time to add the number there. Who is this? The earthworm? No, get away. I don't want to harvest it 3 times. Leave me alone. I said it earlier in the stream, but just another reminder, if you have a bunch of coins when grinding out bingo like this, you can buy Dragon Hunter books, and if you anvil them together, you can condense the amount of space that you're transferring over to a profile. Dragon Hunter books typically retain their value pretty well, and they also cost like 1 million coins each, so you can transfer over large sums of money, like a T3 Dragon Hunter book, 4 million coins transferred over. It's a pretty good deal. So with my couple of million that I have stashed away here, I'm gonna do a Dragon Hunter 2 book. And I'm not gonna transfer that over to my main profile for money. I'm just gonna transfer that over to the Iron Man, because we're gonna need those for a Terminator eventually. But we'll probably just put it on the Juju Bow. Please come down to the ground. Be normal. I really wish my diamond axe here wasn't a foraging axe. Although I'm probably not going to reach this end of the farm anyways, so I could just do that without many repercussions. Because I only need how much left? Yeah, 20k more collection. And then we're going to get a 12th minion slot, put down a secondary fishing minion, and we're going to be on our way. I started the stream about 5 hours ago, so this is one of the longer streams that I've had to do. We are nearly there, though. The 12th minion slot is just because salmon can take a while to accumulate, and it's important that we get the collection goal. It's not something that you can really do manually that well, so if I find myself like pressed for time, then I have to like catalyst and fuel up the minions, and that's a whole hassle. So I'd rather just do rat cheese plus 12 minion slots and hopefully get that done before end of bingo. We're only about halfway through bingo right now, so I don't think that I'll have to worry too much about the fish collection, but I'm going for the 12th minion slot anyways. I guess we get to upgrade the minion again. Soon. 5K more collection. I can probably keep an eye roughly in the top left corner as that number ticks up. It's probably a little less than that. My guess is that it'll be around 4K, maybe 4.5 when we hit the actual collection. It's not an accurate total number, but that's all the cocoa beans passing through my inventory and getting compacted. Oh, 3.5K. Even sooner. And there we go. Cocoa bean collection acquired. I'm not going to do anything with the remaining cocoa beans there. This could probably be used on the wheat minion. Oh, no, it can't. Well, for the pumpkin minion, we're going to have to farm some pumpkins in the barn. Sugarcane, I think we could do enchanted sugar around it and get some more collection. Same thing with carrot. Alright, that's all for sugarcane. And for carrot, does this go up any higher? One more. I'm going to sell off those crops as well. Nothing else really relevant here. I'll get a mushroom minion. And the cow minion can probably be upgraded once more. Oh, I already have a cocoa beans minion. I guess I made a second one. Potato, I guess, could probably get increased by these as well. There we go. Pumpkin is going to contribute to that. Mushroom will as well. Cactus we can go for. What else? Probably the fish minion at the island. And going for obsidian might be a good play as well. Gobblestone. Mithril is kind of stuck where it is. And lapis, we already did a minion for that. Melon, we have a lot of melons, but I think we need melon blocks for one of the tiers of the minions, so I don't want to bother with that. I'm going to anvil up all of the Sunder books together. Let's make a mod. Yeah. Like an on-screen display for collection would be nice. So, pumpkins, I have to manually get those. Cobblestone, I can buy it for the most part. But then I'm going to need more manually mined. Obsidian I can also buy from the end shop. And then we're going to want to buy a hoe for that. And we can sell this. Cactus, we're going to want to buy 8 stacks of that. I'm also going to want to buy the red mushroom. So let's get the mushroom minion up. Okay, we can sell the remaining mushrooms. Pumpkin, we can't buy any more. Cactus, we can though. Oh, looks like we already had max it on the cactus. So, buying that was kind of pointless, but we did get one more upgrade. Warp barn. Only need 3 more, so getting the pumpkins should be all that we need to do here. But we're going to need quite a few of them. We could also have gone for cobblestone, but there's not much room for growth. So how I like to do this is if I put 7 stacks up here, as soon as I see 1 stack fill up in my inventory, I know that I'm done. Although these melons are going to crowd it quite a bit. But if I go in the deleter and I put melons, now I can harvest all that I want to. And since I'm not going for melon collection at all, I guess another option is I could have bought another wooden hoe and made the first few sets of melon minion. I could probably have gotten done that way. But we're pumpkin farming now. It all returns to pumpkin. Alright, and probably hop lobbies now. Get a fresh set of pumpkins. There we go. Last stack of pumpkins. Once that fills up on the hotbar, we are done. There we go. Pumpkin minion. And enchanted pumpkins will be the last bit that we need here. Nope. I think it was left control that brought that menu out there. Oh no, left shift brings this up. Interesting. Okay. Cool. Huh. Okay. An interesting interface there. Well, none of this other stuff matters, so we can just sell it all. And then farming minion, mining minions. We can put away these tools because we're not going to use them anymore. Take out the golden axe and the oak wood. And we have one more thing to go for. And that's the minion storage chest. Once we get that, we will have 12 minions ready to go. And we'll just be claiming them offline throughout the remainder of the bingo. Thank you all for tuning into the stream, though. I appreciate your presence, whether you are a chatter and it's been nice talking to you, or if you've been lurking and just having it on in the background. If you have any suggestions for future stream ideas, feel free to leave them in the comments below. I will heavily consider a coding stream, as we've discussed. Maybe coming up with something where I've already pre-coded the thing and I'm just showing off almost like a work-in-progress plugin showcase. Or maybe I'm doing something live, or a combination of the two. That being said, I believe that we're wrapping up the bingo. This has been one of the most challenging bingos that I've had in a long time. So I'm happy to be on the other end of it now. I honestly, like, when I try to play bingo, I like mentor people through the like, this is how you would full card. I would not recommend anyone do this. Even for points, it was bad this time around. But if you compare like the total playtime that I've gone through right now, 13 hours compared to what my usual is, which is like around 9 or 10. It's pretty good. And, like, this bingo wasn't really bad. It could have been worse with the goblin egg as well. And that could have taken a lot longer than it actually ended up taking. We only need 8 enchanted oak wood, so this will be done really quick. One more. There we go. Medium storage chest. Now if I go to my island, I'm going to expand this platform off of the stream. If I go here and I do fishing minion, storage, break that. There we go. And there should be some raw fish set aside here. T2 minion, let's go. The real collection that we're going for, though, is the salmon. So, only 74 collection, and I've had that minion down for many, many, many hours at this point. And it was fueled with cheese. So, this is why collecting the minions is important. Having them down, having a lot of them down. Because that 74, it adds up over time. Like if there were 10 of them, that'd be 700 collection. But just having a few minions down on bingo doesn't cut it. You actually have to work on your minion slots and have a large set of them doing something. So, concluding the bingo, we have about 10,000 more rotten flesh to work on. That's going to be something overnight. I'll get more cheese to fuel them up, and I'll just claim them in the morning. The salmon, swapping everything over to the salmon hopefully should give enough time. Worst case, I have to catalyze the minions, and worst case, I actually have to try to manual fish in addition to having the minions down. But we've got about 3-4 days left of bingo, so I'm not too stressed about that. If you want to be notified of future streams, you could subscribe with notifications on or join the Discord down in the description. I ping when every stream goes live. You can catch me next month. I always stream bingo at the start of each month, usually for the first 3 days or more. I may also randomly stream without notice, maybe a coding stream, maybe a minigame stream, whatever I feel like doing in between the bingos. So if you want to be notified of those streams, make sure that you do the interactions thing. That being said, thank you all for joining. I had fun, as I do with every single bingo. I will see you next month. Bye-bye.